It's not like we got small little formula cars going out there today. I think when you're dealing with production based cars that are 2,000 to 2,500 pounds or so, the wind probably isn't going to affect them all that much from a handling standpoint. Maybe from some lap times if they're driving into the wind. But as you can see right now down on the grid, we've got a number of our racers heading up to the grid. We're going to be sending our orange group racers, primarily our cup racers, or probably that orange group, which has let's see, the Boxster Spec racers and the Spec 2.7 racers and some of our GT classes out on track in just a few moments. Like yesterday, we're going to split them up into two separate groups and 15-minute qualifying sessions apiece. That is going to run for those two groups to around 10:10 this morning, and then we're going to have our second group, our red group, which is made up primarily of the cup cars, heading out on track. That's going to be our morning's action here, all qualifying, and they will be setting the grids for this afternoon's races, as our orange group and red group both going to have approximately 25-minute races this afternoon. And so, Joe, I know as we talked yesterday, and as we do have a number of these racers from the orange group, specifically the Boxster Spec racers, which we've got a field that's almost 20 cars deep, and including there Joe McLaughlin, who had a great day yesterday, and I believe our former track record holder. I'll double check that in a moment. Yeah, indeed, until yesterday was our track record holder in Boxster Spec, had his track record eclipsed by one Rob Walker yesterday.
That was actually his son. That's Jim McLaughlin in the car, and it was his son James that held the track record.
Ah, okay.
Keeping it all in the family.
Yes, absolutely. Well, now it's out of the family.
It certainly is.
As Rob Walker reset that track record yesterday, knocked about 1.3 seconds off the previous record, as our first group now heading out on track for their 15-minute qualifying session. And we'll take a look as these sessions go on at some of our race results from yesterday. But as you were saying, Joe, the races this afternoon, the starting order is going to be based solely on the qualifying sessions here this morning, correct?
That is correct. Yeah, we'll this gridding that you see now, we go send the cars out into different groups. That's based on the practice this morning and the race times from yesterday. But for the race this afternoon, it's based just on this qualifying session.
All right, so new day and new opportunities for some of our racers if they didn't get the results that they desired. Now, yesterday, our orange group, the group that is heading out for qualifying now, they had two 12-lap sprint races yesterday, and we'll give you some information again in a few moments on how things finished up there. But as our racers are making their way out on their out lap, we will certainly give you a view of this wonderful 17-turn 2.7 mile Chuckwalla race course, a race course that can be run either clockwise or counterclockwise. In this case, we are running it counterclockwise, which I understand that we did not run it in the counterclockwise layout last year, Joe. I think 2023 was the last year that we had done so.
Yeah, typically we will alternate years. We'll run clockwise one year, and then we run counterclockwise the next year. And so some drivers, if they're not coming here for any other reason, they have not driven this track in this direction for 2 years. So, there was an opportunity for folks to do practice on Friday as well. It's an open test day. So a lot of drivers took advantage of that to refamiliarize themselves with doing this track in the counterclockwise direction.
Yeah, and so we've got our racers now starting their very first flying laps. And let's take a quick look here at how things finished up yesterday with the group that's on track right now. And unfortunately, I was not able to pull our finishing order from the first race yesterday. But if we take a look at the second race, where our racers obviously having much more seat time over the course of the weekend, between their qualifying session, had their first race to get acclimated under race conditions in the Boxster Spec class. That's for our 2.5 liter Porsche Boxsters, the 1997, the 99 machines, and they're all putting out somewhere between 190 and 200 horsepower. Rob Walker took the win, and Murray Wonderly finishing second. Chad Carnevale took third, again in what was actually a 19-car Boxster Spec field. Chris Kiefer finished just off the podium, with Nigel Maidament finishing in fifth, with Alan Watts, Adam Abrams, Larry Haas, Branimir Kovac, and Andrew Wayman rounding out the top 10. And we saw a great fight yesterday, Joe, both in the morning and again in the afternoon, with Chad Carnevale and Chris Kiefer, the battle for that last podium position. Kiefer was able to hold off Carnevale for the entire first race to take third, but managed to make an early pass, actually about a mid-race pass on Kiefer, to take over and keep that last podium position. Then had a masterful defense for the second half of yesterday afternoon's race.
Yeah, I think it was really showing the importance of your qualifying at Chuckwalla. Again, this is no one ever makes it easy to pass, but Chuckwalla is a relatively difficult track to pass on. And so Chris did a great job in race one of taking the right line. And even though I think Chad had a little bit of pace on him, he kept him behind him the whole race. But race two, we saw a different outcome. Be interesting to see how we do in qualifying today and set it up, as well as the race start. Even again, unlike say Formula One, we don't have staggered start. So if you're on row two, it doesn't matter whether you're position 3 or 4. You're starting even with the other car. So getting into turn one is an important part of how the race comes out.
Exactly, that we do have not a standing start, as you mentioned, for Formula One, but a rolling start where the inside lane and the outside lane should be even as they come to the green flag to start. And as you mentioned, here at Chuckwalla, one of the things that makes this such a difficult course to pass on are that the straightaways are very short here. I think the longest one is about a quarter of a mile, and then the front straight is a bit less than that. And then we've got a decent length straight, about 0.2 of a mile there, just as we're watching drivers come out of turn 10, between turn 10 down to turn 11. And but you can see here, there's not a lot of ground there that you really have to get a great jump or maybe be alongside a driver going into the prior corner in order to have position going in to make the pass. Very difficult to race here. And so incredibly important that these racers, maybe even if they're not going to use the draft, Joe, to maybe almost take that time trialing perspective and give yourself a little bit of a gap, so that you don't run up on another car ahead of you that might be a little bit slower during some of the turn complexes, and allow you to really put in a good flying lap.
Yeah, you'll see oftentimes drivers will have two different kind of approaches to that. Some people really just want to have clean track in front of them and focus and do their own lap. And others really enjoy and benefit from having kind of a rabbit in front of them. They like to chase someone, but exactly what you said, if you happen to pick that and then the driver in front of you makes a mistake, or you misjudge the gap you left them, you can get held up. And again, in these relatively short, 15-minute qualifying sessions, you're only going to get a few laps, and the tires are at their best early on, as we see a bit of an off coming out of the bowl. So it is important to strategize on how you want to execute that qualifying and position yourself appropriately.
Yeah, indeed. And I think that was the 486 Boxster of Greg Scarcello, currently second fastest driver in this session, with a fast lap currently of a 2:04.95. So let's call it we'll call it a 2:05 even there. And Scarcello yesterday, good pickup for him though. His fastest lap yesterday afternoon, a 2:06.52. So running a little bit faster. Also good to see Jane Scarcello out. She is racing in her GT5 Mazda Miata this weekend. It's a gray Mazda Miata. I don't believe she had that car out for any of the sessions, whether they be qualifying or the 2 races yesterday. And she is out right now lapping, just put in on her second flying lap a 2:03.122. And that is, from the times that we saw yesterday, it would be good for third fastest in yesterday's race. So we'll see here as we're going to have, I think, some of our other GT5 racers out for the second half of qualifying here in just a few moments.
Yeah, Jane had some type of mechanical. I didn't get the specifics yesterday, but I'm glad to see her back out there today.
All right, as we take a look, and we've got, of course, our timing and scoring up on the left-hand side of the screen there for you. We mentioned Andrew Wayman, the fastest of the drivers right now in Boxster spec. He just turns in a 2:03.918. Andrew finished yesterday afternoon's race up 10th overall, and currently lapping at a full second faster than he ran during yesterday's race. Yesterday, fast lap for him was a 2:05 even, and I think as we look at this, and almost every driver that we've talked about here, Joe, about a second faster in the qualifying session here this morning. One, maybe a little bit cooler here in the morning, but also, as we mentioned, a little bit more difficult under race conditions, as you spend a lot of time trying to pick and choose your positions to try and make a pass. And here, as we watch the Porsche 944 of Randy Burgum racing in the GT7 class today, these racers, they are giving themselves some space to try and put those flying laps in, and almost to a man or woman. The qualifying times, both yesterday morning and this morning as well, a bit faster than race times.
Yeah, that's a very typical thing that you'll see. I mean, as you mentioned, a number of factors are involved in that. Certainly, a big part of that is they'll go out for qualifying, and the tires are you have them hopefully in an ideal situation where they're warm enough to perform but not overheated. Typically you can get the car weight set, so you're going to come in from qualifying right about the minimum weight. So everything's operating in your favor, as well as the air temperature is considerably cooler now than it will be when we run the race, and in particular for these normally aspirated smaller displacement cars, that makes a significant difference to their horsepower they're putting out.
Yeah, I was going to say, it should be even on a fuel injected car, that will certainly help them out considerably. In addition to that, as we talked yesterday, especially in Boxster spec, where the racers, and same also for spec 2.7, where the racers are using the same tires, the same set of tires, theoretically over the course of the entire weekend. But again, with these lower temperatures, certainly will help things a bit, that the tires aren't going to get that greasy, and probably a little bit higher grip levels here for a shorter qualifying session as well. We'll have to see, of course, in the afternoon as the temps start to rise, and as the races are going to be considerably longer than these qualifying sessions, the tire wear and tire conditions may certainly become a factor.
Yeah, I would expect when we see the pull time for this group, I would expect it will be slower than yesterday, just because, again, the tires have seen now that they've seen a qualifying session plus 2 races from yesterday. So again, it wouldn't be going out on a limb to say I'd expect to see Rob Walker on pole again, but he will. If he sets as good a time today as yesterday, that's an exceptional lap, because these tires are certainly not fresh.
Yeah, indeed. And as we mentioned, Walker and yesterday's race, I think race 2 pace was a little bit off of what he set in race 1, although it was incredibly close. And we're going to see Rob here in just a few moments with the second half of qualifying, as the checkered flag is out for our first group. Walker yesterday afternoon turned in a 158.787, but during the first race for this group yesterday morning, a 158.63. And as we mentioned, about 1.3 seconds clear of what was the prior track record set 2 years ago, the last time Porsche Owners Club ran the counterclockwise configuration here at Chuckwalla. Now, we did have, actually, we did not have either of our Spec 2.7 racers in the first session. We're going to see them come out here for the second half of Orange Group qualifying, Vivek Hazari and John Momeyer. And yet, my understanding, of course, Joe, is that this is the first time that Spec 2.7 has raced the counterclockwise configuration. So by default, that gives John Momeyer the track record at a 203.873 that he ran, I believe, during the first race. During the first race yesterday. Both he and Hazari, and Hazari took the win yesterday afternoon, where Momeyer just didn't seem to have the pace that he had earlier in the day. Both Hazari and Momeyer were up in the low 204 range yesterday afternoon.
This is the first time that we've run. That's a relatively new class. Again, it's if you think of it as like our next generation of like the Boxster Spec racers, this is the newer chassis, and we're just really getting that group going. We expect that to grow over time, but so this is the first time. So yes, you'll set a track record. Whoever has the lowest time for this weekend will set the track record, which I'm sure we will improve over time.
Yeah, I would suspect that as these drivers get more seat time in these newer chassis and get to run them in, we'll start to see, even as we get further and further out from the track repave here at Chuckwalla, I'm sure we're still going to see some of those times come in, as a lot of these racers, again, we only have two Spec 2.7 racers here this weekend, but as we discussed, I would suspect that as some of the components from the older Boxster Spec cars, which again are for the earlier 97 to 99 cars, become a little bit more scarce, you'll probably see drivers moving more to the 2.7 liter chassis. Now, here's a question that I meant to ask this yesterday, in relation to, as you said, the Spec 2.7 maybe being the next generation, as we go and take a look at John Momeyer, who is going to be actually just now leaving the grid, head out on track, one of our two Spec 2.7 racers. And he is right behind the 223 machine.
That's Larry Haas in front of him.
Yeah, so the Miller Lite car directly ahead of
correct.
him, heading out on track. But tell me this, Joe, and this is because I'm not a Porsche file. If you ask me about moving engines and transmissions from one Honda to another, I can give you 30 years worth of history as far as what you can do and what you can't do. If a racer, what would it take? Is it simply a drivetrain change to essentially take a Boxster Spec car to move it to the 2.7, or would these racers essentially have to build a new tub up from scratch as well?
They're kind of, you can do either. I think that the more likely thing will be to start with a new tub, just because they're pretty readily available. That's one of the reasons for creating the class, is it's getting more difficult to find donors to cars to build the Boxster Spec. But you can update the 97 through 99 tub to fit into 2.7 class. The big change is that the 2.7 motor has a electronic throttle, and the older cars do not. So it is a wiring harness and everything changed. So it's a lot involved. Yes, it's been done, but it's often more straightforward to just find yourself
start with a new tub. And I look as a club racer, to have to go and get a new car, obviously to get it stripped out, to get it caged, and everything that's involved in making a chassis suitable for racing, beyond the drivetrain as well. And I think just had a little note passed along to me that another big difference, and this is, as we were talking about drivability in the Spec 2.7 class, is that the 2.7 cars, and with that newer 2.7 liter drivetrain, the differential for that car is also has a limited slip, whereas the Boxster spec cars are an open diff. Is that correct?
That is correct. I mean, and that is another significant difference.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the Boxster spec class has been around for quite a long time, and when it was originally created, there was much discussion of whether they should have a limited slip, and that would be a good beer conversation with people, but but they do not. I mean, that's the short answer is the Boxster spec do not have limited slip, so they tend to be a little more tail happy, like under braking, and when they're going over the curbs or like over the hill, that you'll see like around turn 8 and 9, when they get a little light, yeah, you'll tend to spin up a wheel in the Boxster spec, whereas the 2.7s will still have a good drive out of that corner.
Drive out of them, and actually that explains a lot. We were talking yesterday about one of the drivers that had a challenge. I think it was coming out of, actually I think it was right here, coming out of the bowl and getting at the curbing here, that had spun the car right around us. And one of those Boxster spec cars, if you've got the rear end maybe a little too stiff and it lifts up from going over those curbs, you essentially lose drive on the outside wheel as well. It's almost like lifting completely out of the throttle. And we saw what happened to that one driver. The rear end just walked all the way around on him, whereas you can essentially bury your foot and still kind of drive out as you're bicycling through the turn.
Yeah, it is certainly something that you have to learn to accommodate. If you come out of something that you're used to driving in a limited slip, and then you move into a car that doesn't have one, it's a learning experience. It is the other direction, but then generally the car's a bit more predictable with the limited slip. So it's in some ways an easier transition to get one than to lose one.
All right, so as we've got racers out for our second qualifying session, you see they're going right to the top of the leaderboard in the GT5 class, driving the silver 960 Porsche Boxster, and that's a much newer chassis. It's a 987 chassis. Carl Vandershoot, who puts in a lap time on his second flying lap of a 156.670, and Carl reset the GT5 track record yesterday, which was again set 2 years ago, I think, by Dwayne Dement, and knocked, this was just outstanding. Took 2.3 seconds out of the track record, dropped it down to a 155 flat, or a 155.06 to be more specific. And so at the moment here, and again, only one flying lap in the books for him, but Vandershoot now about 1.6 seconds off that track record that he set yesterday during the race. As we go back on board with John Momeyer coming in alongside that is the 47 machine, is that correct? But Bear Salehi, another one of our GT5 racers, and certainly not the fast way around here, Joe, if you're out for qualifying to come underneath. But it looks like Momeyer, who had some mechanical issues yesterday, is he just maybe pulling over, letting Haas through again, or?
Yes, I think he's, if I was to be in his brain right now, he's a little frustrated that he caught a car at a bad time for him.
Yeah.
And he's just making some space so that he can cool things down for a minute and then
put in a flyer.
And then put in a flyer, yes. So that's I think what just happened there. That's what makes qualifying interesting.
Exactly. So Momeyer here in this qualifying session, and again yesterday, Vivek Hazari taking the win in the afternoon race. Momeyer took the win in the morning. Momeyer with a 202.191. Hazari at a 203.478, and much like yesterday, we will be having a split start with our GT5 racers up front, and I believe we had the GT5 and the 2.7 racers in our first start, with the Boxster spec and the GT7 racers gapped considerably further back and getting their own start.
That is correct.
as well.
And that's what we will repeat that again today. So we'll start the GT5s and the Spec 2.7s in their first start, and then the second split will be the Boxster Specs, followed by the GT7 cars.
All right. So looking to see if the not the 53 car, but the 253 car of Rob Walker has gone out for qualifying, and I don't see it on track. Joe, at the moment, the fastest of our Boxster Spec racers is Murray Wonderly, who finished on the second step of the podium during both races yesterday. Wonderly with a time of 1:59.7 at the moment, and that is about 0.3 faster again than the race pace yesterday.
I'm going to speculate, this is speculation, that Rob is going to start at the back and for enjoyment purposes and try to make his way through the field. And so he won't go out and qualify. He doesn't need to set a time. He'll just start last and work his way through. He does that on occasion, as we have a couple other drivers that are pretty skilled at it that will do that as well. Just it makes their day more challenging and more fun. So that's what I'm expecting. I don't think he has a mechanical. I did speak with him earlier today. Not about this topic, but I don't think he had any issues. He's probably just going to try and make his day a little more challenging.
I love it. Now, and if I remember correctly, Joe, and I was looking a little bit earlier today, and it'll take me a moment here to pull the page back up from the Porsche Owner Club website, but I was looking at the point standings for Boxster Spec earlier today, and I believe, let me go and switch this over, and I'm going to do this while we speak over to the orange group here and take a look at Boxster Spec. Currently, Rob Walker is showing as leading by a considerable margin the Boxster Spec points championship coming into this weekend at Chuckwalla, 242 points. I think the next closest racer, Nigel Maidment, with 161. So looks like pretty much wrapped up here early on. And yesterday's 2 race wins, obviously, I think went and probably cemented that championship for him.
Yeah, I think the remaining battle will really be between Murray Wonderly and Nigel Maidment. They're close in the points, and they're both out here again today. And Murray had a good day yesterday, finishing second in both races to Rob, and so he should pick up some points on Nigel, and we'll see how the day goes today.
Yeah, I mean, as we came into this weekend, Wonderly 9 points back from Nigel Maidment in the championship, and so again with those wins, finishing on the second step of the podium, I think at both races certainly closed things up for him, and we'll see how things play out here in our race today. Of course, we still have one more event on the schedule. We're going to be at Willow Springs in mid-December, and that's also going to be broadcast here on the Porsche Owner Club YouTube channel by DriversEye Live, so definitely want to join us for that. But certainly that fight for second in the Boxster Spec Championship not over yet.
Nope, we hope that goes right down to the end to see who gets the top 3 places for the year.
All right, well, let's take a look here as the checkered flag is out on the session, and we now know the order where people will start. Carl Vandershoot should be our pole sitter going into the final race of the weekend for our orange group. They're also going to be the final race of our schedule here today, scheduled to roll off at 1:05 p.m. Pacific time. Carl Vandershoot with a qualifying time of 1:56.670, almost 6.5 seconds clear of James Scarcello, who will start second in GT5. Ed Muscat, Bear Salehi will start third and fourth. Neil Rozier will start fifth in GT5. In Spec 2.7, John Momeyer, I think after he had that that little bulk that we saw on track, Joe decided to just call it a session, only turned in 2 flying laps, but that was enough as he cleared Vivek Hazari by 1.1 seconds. He's going to be your pole sitter in Spec 2.7. And I believe, we'll take a look here, I believe he is going to start, should be starting, I think, from the looks of it, maybe on the outside of the front row. And I think Vivek Hazari may be starting right back behind him, as James Garcello was the second fastest driver overall. Over in Boxster Spec, Murray Wonderly, your fastest driver, 1.1 seconds clear of Chris Kiefer, with Chad Carnevale third fastest, Alan Watts fourth fastest, Nigel Maidment fifth fastest, with Adam Abrams sixth fastest. So in that, as that championship fight continues between Wonderly and Maidment, I think Maidament's got his work cut out for him here today, starting in fifth position in class. And then over in GT7, Mike Porteous, who did reset the GT7 track record yesterday, or probably did not reset the track record. Scott Craig, who back in 2018 set the record at a 206.10, 206.10. Porteous yesterday, a 206.12. So he was very, very close to that track record. Randy Burgum will start second in GT7. He was about 10 seconds off of Porteous's times, but definitely getting closer. Burgum's definitely found some time over yesterday as he looks to get up to pace and challenge Porteous. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for our Orange Group qualifying, Joe. But next up, 2 more qualifying sessions. It's going to be our Red Group, going to be the Cup cars, Spec 991.2, and I believe we've also got the GT3 and GT2 classes as well, and they are heading out on track now. And much like Orange, we're going to split them into 2 separate groups.
Yes, the only difference between red and orange is that we do grid the orange cars by practice and prior race times, and even for qualifying, the red group is self-selected. The first come, first serve. You'll typically see the Cup cars plus a couple of the a couple of the GT2 cars and maybe a couple of the GT3 class cars in there. And then the second group, you'll probably primarily see GT3 class cars. So it's just you could have everybody go out in one group, or split it up evenly.
Say, given the number of racers that we have, and I think yesterday we had somewhere along the lines of 16 or 17 come out for the race. For the single red group race. Yeah, we could probably do this in one. But again, this will give them the opportunity, gives them the ability to really stretch out and be able to set lap times that are unencumbered by traffic here.
Yeah, this is if they're crowded in this session, it's of their own doing.
as we watch 2 drivers go down into turn 11, about 3 car lengths apart. Yeah, exactly.
But as you mentioned earlier, some of the drivers like that. They like to have somebody to chase, and they might pick somebody that they think is slightly faster than them, and you try to use that as their initiative to get their speed up just a little bit to get the last few tenths out. So, like I say, it's their choice, but there's certainly plenty of open track out there between 2 sessions for this group.
All right, so our first racers off the grid are going to be, of course, our first racers to start flying laps as Roland Schmidt, Daryl Troster, Paul Barnes in the GT2 class start their first flying laps. Over in 991.2, we've got Anna Prodescu, who retired during yesterday afternoon's race, I believe, without having completed a single lap. We've got Evan Benatti, Garrett Wessling, and Thomas Stone out on track. And then over in GT3, Ryder Lou, Bayan Salehi, and Jim Salzer. And I don't, let me see, I don't remember if Lou made it out for yesterday's race.
Yeah, Ryder was not out yesterday. There was an issue there. So, but Ryder's, out there today. I expect he will be in the mix in the GT3 group. I'll say his only disadvantage is that he didn't get to spend the time qualifying and racing yesterday.
Yeah, he just doesn't have the seat time that the other racers here. Is a little bit on the back foot. But I think both you and I, Joe, have seen a number of racers here that have the ability to get behind the wheel and just crack off fast laps, that things come very quickly to them, especially if we've got racers that maybe have some autocross experience. For example, Roland Schmidt, who I think has close to 30 years behind the wheel, but spent many years doing autocross and a number of others as well.
I'll
that
say
are out here.
The advantage he has is his tires are fresh today because he did not use them up yesterday. So that is in particular for this red group, the running slicks. They are they're done by the end. Those tires are usually done by the end of the weekend. So he will have a bit of an advantage in having fresh tires today.
And of course, want to thank the many different sponsors, Joe, here. Not a smooth segue, but you've seen them up on the upper right-hand side of our screen all weekend long. Some of the sponsors that make racing here at Chuckwalla and with the Porsche Owners Club possible: Bitwell Roofing, Biogenics, Durant Construction, 911 Design, and Eva Motors, IED Group, and Irvine Porsche as well. We've got Main Route Beverages. Hey, that was good timing. Just as I was saying, they come up on the screen. Manibal Tequila, who I believe Mr. Walker is
that's
closely associated with.
Bob Mueller's organization.
Oh, Bob Mueller. I'm sorry.
Yes.
That's right. That's Bob Mueller, not Rob Walker. Although we just had Rob Walker Racing there shown on the screen. Nico Silva Racing, Pelican Parts, of course, Porsche North America and Porsche Design, Pro Motorsports, Stand 21 and Sunset Mortgage, Tarrant Engineering, Top Gun Marketing, Trophy Performance, WR Technica, Westwood Racing Supply as well. And of course, we'll be talking more about those sponsors here as the session goes on. But as we're now about 4.5 minutes into qualifying, let's take a look. In Spec 991.2, Anna Prodescu just turned in fastest lap of the day for all of our racers here in this session, a 1:46.746 the lap time. And if we compare that to our fastest race laps yesterday, Mike Monsalve, who was our race winner in 991.2, he has not brought his car out yet for qualifying. We may see him in the second half of qualifying today. His fastest lap was a 1:47.87, and so Prodescu now almost a full second underneath that lap record here on just her very first flying lap. Eben Benade with a 1:48.234, about a second and a half off Prodescu's times. Garrett Wessling just turned in his fastest lap time at a 1:48.36. Over in GT2, it is Paul Barnes, currently with 1.4 seconds to give on Daryl Troster. And just as I say that, Roland Schmidt, maybe using some of that autocross experience, Joe, turns in a 1:50.88. That's 1.4 seconds clear of Barnes and Troster over in GT2. And Ryder Lou in GT3 with those newer tires just crosses the line, gives us a 1:48.645. He is your fastest GT3 racer at the moment. And that 1:48.6, a little bit less than a second and a half clear of yesterday's race winner, Bayan Salehi. Salehi has gotten down now here in qualifying to a 1:48.5, so a little bit less than a second off of Lou's times. Jim Salser, your third fastest driver. And Brett Gaviglio, who was our pole sitter, I think, going into yesterday's GT3 race, finished second in class yesterday afternoon. Has not brought his car out for qualifying yet. We may see him in the second session here for our red racers.
Yeah, I'm expecting we'll see him in the second split.
right, as we have it, I think that's Thomas Stone in the 254 car, just came down the pit lane. And we'll see, he may be heading back to the paddock there. It looks like he just crossed the timing stripe. Again, a little bit off the pace. And again, I think he may be taking his car back to the paddock as we have here nose to tail. Joe, I think if I remember correctly, is that the pair of Schmidt and Troster, I think, running nose to tail right now? We just there they are going down the front straight.
That would be a little hard for me to. It's the two white. I know that's not Troster. Their cars are have a orange red. They're very similar.
Okay.
These two white cars. I'm having trouble picking up the number. But maybe I'll be able to get them next time by.
All right.
Yeah, that would generally be less than ideal unless the car that's behind is really just managing to stay there. Otherwise, they're getting held up. But
and the reason I say that is as I'm watching those two out on track, and let me do this. Let me see if I can switch this over to positions on track, and that might give me a little better idea of where they are. Yeah, maybe it isn't them because I'm showing that Barnes and Troster were, when they crossed the line last time, were separated, I think, by about almost 12 seconds. So certainly not those two. Let's see. Well, we'll try and get it figured out. I thought it was the two very similarly liveried GT2 cars. It might be Troster and Schmidt, actually, now that I think about it. The 41 and the 31. There's the red and white you can see up on the front fender. Yeah, I think that may be the case. I think it may be Troster and Schmidt that are out on track together.
Yeah, that was the car just coming in now. That's Paul Barnes. It is
Alan Ritchie. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was going to say it's very typical for them to, go out and only set a couple laps in qualifying. If you do a, good lap, because oftentimes once you bring the tires in, it's hard to go faster unless you can cool them down.
Yeah, you do get to that point of diminishing returns where you do start to run, especially the rear tires off with these slightly heavier and certainly higher horsepower cars. And I know we talked yesterday, for example, about the GT3 cars, where we've got a mix of some older Cup cars, as well as some of the GT4 Club Sport Caymans, and how they treat their tires very differently. We've got some of the GT4 Club Sport cars being a little bit lower horsepower, but also having a smaller cross section tire than the larger 911s do, that have quite a bit more. A little more weight, a little more torque, and also kind of hunker down a little bit more when they dig out of corners, with the engine being a little bit further back in the chassis.
Yeah, so typically if you see someone out there they still don't feel like they've really, they may have made a mistake on the lap, and they just don't feel like they still have a shot at putting in something better. The drivers that come in, they feel like they've put in a clean lap and there's nothing left on the table.
Well, we should be coming down to the last couple moments here of qualifying, as we now have, I think, about 12 minutes in the books. A couple more drivers bringing the cars down the pit lane. And there you go. Just as I say that, Joe, it's almost like I'm omniscient or something here. Checkered flag in the air for our red group drivers. The first half of our red group, we'll probably see another 4 or 5 drivers out in just a few moments. So let's take a look at where we stand with that first half of our 30-minute red qualifying in the books. Ryder Lou, the fastest driver in GT3, with a qualifying time of 1:48.645. That is just a little bit less than a second clear of Bayan Salehi, who has a 1:48.571. Pardon me, a 149.571. Another 1.1 seconds back from there, Jim Salser. Brett Gaviglio has not taken to the track yet. We expect to see him in just a few moments. Over in GT2, Roland Schmidt, 83 hundredths of a second clear of Daryl Troster. Turns in a time of 158.87, and Paul Barnes, he's only another half second in arrears. And then over to Spec 991.2, Anna Prodescu, your fastest driver, not only in class, but overall. She turns in a 146.746. We'll have to see if that holds up with a couple more drivers scheduled to head out, but not many, Joe. Yesterday, we only had 6 drivers in 991.2, which tells me that probably the only remaining driver to come out and possibly set a time, yesterday's race winner, Mike Monsalve. So we'll see if he takes to the track here in just a few moments. Evan Benade, your second fastest driver, with Garrett Wesseling, Alan Ritchie, Thomas Stone rounding out that field.
We should see pretty quickly whether Mike Monsalve is in this second session. They're just heading out on track now.
Indeed, and I think we'll see here the majority of the racers heading out, at least at the front end of this group. GT3 racers, Brett Gaviglio, Paul Wren, Mick Janoschek Jr., Andy Sloan, Kelly Tribula, and Scott Matz. And let's see, I have not seen Mr. Monsalve cross the timing loop on our pit lane. He may be taking his time, maybe head out a lap or two later, save those tires if need be.
Yeah, unless, like I said, I had not spoken to him this morning, but he may start from the back as well. We'll see how that goes.
I was just going to say, if he's going to ask if he was going to maybe subscribe to the Rob Walker school here. Let's take a look at the red group, and if we look at the GT, Spec 991.2, Monsalve came into the weekend pretty substantial margin over the rest of the field, 179 points. As you mentioned, Mountaball Tequila's Bob Mueller, second in the championship with 105. Mueller not here this weekend in racing. Dwayne Selby, third in the championship at 101 points, and then Anna Prodescu at 98 points. And with yesterday's win, and especially with Prodescu not taking a finish yesterday afternoon, that certainly gives him a little bit more of an advantage. So yeah, maybe he'll be starting from the back of the pack. As green flag is in the air, and racers starting their first flying laps. And Joe, I think as I look here, the racers that have now taken to the track, all GT3 racers, and
yeah, it's a sort of as I said, they're allowed to self-select, but it's pretty kind of an etiquette thing. Oftentimes the GT3 cars will run in the second session. Again, they're not tripping over each other then because they're running more similar lap times. Although, as you saw, we have some crossover between the fastest GT3 cars and the 991.2 class as well.
And so besides, in GT3, besides Ryder Lou, who carries the fastest lap time from the first half of qualifying, Kelly Triboulet, the second driver that we did not see yesterday afternoon.
I think Kelly was a bit under the weather yesterday, so she's feeling better today, and she's back out there.
So So we'll see here as racers now just starting to come out of the final 2 corners. Camera pointed over at turn 16, but you can see there's a little bit of a bend there, a little bit of a chicane. Most of the racers can more or less straight line that as they come out of turn 16 and kind of straight line through 17 onto the front straight. So completing their first flying laps. Let's take a look and see if we've got any changes, and we do. In GT3, Brett Caviglio now is your provisional pole sitter. Turns in a 1:48.098. That is half a second clear of Ryder Lou. And of course, Brett, POC GT4 champion back in 2016. He's been running the GT3 class now for the last 3 years. Wasn't him who put a couple wheels off there. I'm trying to track down which machine that was. It just went a little wide. I think that might have been Jim Salser, possibly. Just ran a little wide coming out of turn 3, coming out of turn 4.
It looked like it was Jim ran in the first session, so I'm not sure.
That's right.
Yes, it was a club sport, but I did not. I did not catch which vehicle it was.
Yeah. I think that might have been the 621 of Andy Sloan. Now that I do a little more looking through here, which drivers where they had finished up the last lap. So we'll watch that as again these drivers trying to, on this what is a fairly tight course, Joe, for some of these, especially 90-degree corners, trying to open up the exits as much as possible and carry as much speed on exit. And Sloan came across on prior lap, turning in a 1:54.325. That was good for 7th fastest in class, and already I would almost consider it to be an installation lap, as we just had Brett Caviglio turn in his 1 flying lap and then bring the car in. Paul Wren in the black, orange, and yellow 787 car doing the same as he comes down the pit lane. Wren 4th fastest at a 1:50.301.
Again, if they go out, they've got the tires warm and they do a good lap, they pretty much know that's all there is, and so there's no reason to bore a hole in the air and use up your tires, so they'll come on in. Typically, the drivers, like I say, that stay out, they feel like they're still improving, or they made a mistake on a prior lap, so they're gonna give it another run.
As we just see Mick Janaszak Jr. In the 939 Club Sport come through our view there, coming out of the bowl over at turn 5 and through turn 6. Janaszak been racing with POC back since 2022, and he also started off not road racing, but doing time trials with Porsche Owners Club. And as you saw when we started our stream this morning, had a number of our time trials drivers on track. We have both driver education as well as time trials events going on throughout the weekend, in addition to the road racing here. So lots of opportunities to get on track, lots of opportunity to have fun with cars, and ways to use your Porsche both in competitive and non-competitive environments, and learn how to be fast and safe on a racetrack.
Yeah, we really have the full spectrum. Anything from a brand new driver who's never been on a track, we'll teach you what to do, set you up with an instructor, and get you started. And again, there's no pressure to move beyond those groups that are not side by side, wheel to wheel racing. But at the same time, we love it if people progress through the series and move on to the race groups. That's a lot of us really love that. That's the kind of the core of the club. But we have people come out and do time trials for many years, and that's not their cup of tea to run in these race groups, and that's fine too.
And Janaszak, who we were just watching there a few moments ago in his GT4 Club Sport, the 939 car, and I say it's a GT4 Club Sport, it's in our GT3 class. There he is, coming right by our camera. Just improved once again, turned in a 154.697, and that is good for 8th fastest in our GT3 class.
Yeah, very easy to have the nomenclature kind of get tripped up there because, yes, I mean, again, our class structure is power to weight based, and so GT3 is a specific set of power to weight ratios, and it so happens that the GT4 Club Sport cars fall into that GT3 class.
Exactly. As a slightly older, I think 996 GT3 machine goes by, and it was either a 996 or possibly a 997. Was that since we know Salsa was out earlier, I think that was possibly Andy Sloan in the 621 machine, currently running 7th fastest in the class. As we take a look at Scott Matz in the 707 car, and Scott has been racing with us here in POC since 2020. I think this is also another one of these family affairs here, Joe, where his father Don, now having been a POC member for over 25 years, getting close to 30 years now.
Yes, they love coming to the track together. There's nothing that we like better than having families that continue the tradition.
Yeah, matter of fact, I think Scott coming to us all the way from coming all the way to the West Coast from Pennsylvania for these events. So it certainly may have the record for longest commute, and maybe he's bringing in and flying into the airport right here on property. Maybe not, but coming a long way to race with POC, and obviously says a lot about the program that you all put on.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, like I say, and I know they really enjoy spending time together. That's their real opportunity to get together. They don't live close together anymore, but that's their chance to get together and do something that they both enjoy.
All right, so go ahead, Joe.
I was going to say, and yes, there is an airport here, and occasionally we do have a couple folks fly in and participate in the races. So there are cabins here on site at Chuckwalla, so right across the road from the airport. So if you want to do that, good for you.
All right, I think we're watching here Andy Sloan in the white with I think green, also a GT4 Club Sport, the 641 machine, or probably 621 machine. One of our few remaining racers on track as time is winding down. And Sloan currently running 7th in the GT3 class. And we'll see if he can improve as he comes through the final corner onto the front straight. And I'm sorry, that's actually the 511 car of Triboulet.
Yes, that's Kelly.
Not Andy Sloan. My mistake there. So Kelly turning in a 156.155 does not improve, but as you said, she was a little bit under the weather yesterday, hasn't gotten a lot of seat time. So besides having tires that are probably in much better shape than a lot of her fellow competitors, getting some seat time here in the conditions probably first and foremost in her mind.
Yeah, and that should, and again, she's getting a little time in on the track now, and as well as then when we get, halfway through the race this afternoon, I think those tires will be a lot fresher than those of her competitors. So if she's in a close spot, she'll start to feel that advantage.
And she's running about a second and a half off of Janaszak's times, and a couple tenths further, about 1.8 seconds off of Andy Sloan. So it should be a good race here as they're going to be, I think, girded up all together to start this afternoon's race. Now, our red group, they're going to be our first race this afternoon. Joe, I don't believe this has changed on our schedule. I believe our red group's scheduled to take to the track at 12:10 p.m. Pacific time, so just after midday.
Yep, we'll have our lunch here, and then we'll go to the red race at 12:10.
Here we go. So, red group, they're going to race at 12:10, and then we'll wrap things up on our broadcast slightly after that at 1:05 p.m. Our orange group will be heading out for their third and final race of the weekend. As Kelly Triboulet continues to get some good practice in here, I believe the only car remaining on track currently coming out of the final corners, and looks as though she's going to be bringing that car onto the pit lane of essentially concluding our qualifying session here for the red group. So let's take a look at how things finish up. I think the checkered flag is going to go out now, or maybe the checkered flag just got pulled in since she's the last racer. Over in GT3, let's try that again. Brett Gaviglio is your pole sitter with a time of 1:48 flat, about half second clear of rider Lou. Brian Salehi, third fastest with Paul Wren and Jim Salser, your top 5 in a 9-car field. Over in GT2, Roland Schmidt with a qualifying time of 1:50.887, 0.8 of a second clear of Daryl Troster, with Paul Barnes another half second back from there, third in our GT2 field. And then finally over at Spec 991.2, Anna Prodescu will start on pole, and she should be your pole sitter for this entire group. The driver of the number 100 car turned in a 146.746. That was about a second and a half clear of the rest of the Spec 991.2 field. Eben Benade, your second fastest driver, with Garrett Wessling third, Alan Ritchie, Thomas Stone rounding out the 5-car field. So, Joe, again, going to take a little bit of a break, going to have some lunch, and when we come back, it's time to go racing here at Chuckwalla. That's going to be starting with us. Join us for the grid walk and the starting grid at 12:05 Pacific time today. I want to thank you all for joining us for this morning's coverage. Please stay with us. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back. It is the Porsche Owner Club live from Chuckwalla Valley Raceway. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Joe Wiederholt, and hope you all enjoyed lunch. We're getting back here to Chuckwalla. It is our final day of racing this weekend, and we've got 2 races coming up for you here this afternoon. We've got our red group racers made up of our GT3 Cup cars, and then a little bit later, we'll have our orange group for their third and final race of the weekend. So as we just saw there on the grid, racers starting to get lined up, ready to head out on track. They're going to be taking to the track in about 5 minutes. Let's see, do we have Joe Wiederholt with us? We do not have Joe Wiederholt with us, so I'm gonna talk and vamp a little bit here as we get ready for our first of 2 races here this afternoon. And good day of qualifying, beautiful day here at Chuckwalla. Temperatures in the high 80s, a little bit more of a breeze than we saw yesterday, but what we will have here is with a lot of these classes, they are running a single set of tires over the course of the entire weekend. So these drivers may have been keeping some tire life in the bank. And we've had a few drivers that did not race or qualify yesterday, just taking part today. They'll definitely be at an advantage. Before we get underway, though, I want to talk about and recognize some of our sponsors that are bringing you this coverage live here this weekend. We've got Builtwell Roofing and Biogenics, Durant Construction and Eva Motors, IED Group. We've got Porsche Irvine, as well as Main Root Beverages and Manibal Tequila. Couldn't find any more 2 diametrically opposed types of drinks there. Nico Silva Racing and Pelican Parts. Of course, we've got Porsche North America and Porsche Design, Pro Motorsports and Stand 21, Sunset Mortgage and Terrat Engineering, Top Gun Marketing, Trophy Performance, Rob Walker Racing, WR Technica, and Westwood Racing Supply. Want to thank all of them for taking part and helping us to bring you live coverage this weekend here from Chuckwalla Valley Raceway. 2.68 miles, 17 turns, as we are running this weekend in the counterclockwise direction. And tell you what, as looks like more of our racers have now made it to the grid, why don't we run down the starting order? Starting on pole today, driving the number 100 Porsche 991.2 GT3 Cup car, your pole sitter, Anna Prodescu. Starting on the outside of the front row, also in 991.2, by the way, next 2 rows all be 991.2 class cars, Eben Benade. Starting third today, driving the number 722 machine, it's Garrett Wessling, also in the 991.2 class. And starting beside Garrett in the 4th position, outside of row number 2, Alan Ritchie. Starting 5th today, inside of row number 3, driving and I'm going to try not to confuse it here, driving a GT3 Cup car, a little bit older spec in the GT2 class. Here's your pole sitter in the GT2 class. It's Roland Schmidt. Starting on the outside of row number 3, driving the number 28 991.2 Cup car. In that class, it's Thomas Stone. Now we'll move over to 7th position, Daryl Troster in the number 41 GT2 class Cup car. He's going to start alongside his competitor in GT2, Paul Barnes. Paul's driving the 636 machine. Now, if we move over to row number 5, starting 9th today, your pole sitter in the GT3 class, it's Brett Gaviglio. Starting 10th, driving the 683 GT3 Cup car. It'll be interesting to see how he does today. He didn't join us for yesterday's races, has much newer tires, therefore, Ryder Lou. Then we've got Bayan Salehi. He is starting 11th today. He's in the number 15 car, and he'll start alongside Paul Wren, driving the 787, as Anna Prodescu in the 100 machine starts to head out onto track, starting the pace lap here. You get the view right behind our splitter. moving drivers to the inside or to the outside. There we go. Let's move on now. So we've got Bain Salehi and Paul Wren on row number 6. And so starting 13th, driving the number 10 machine in the GT3 class, driving a 997.1 edition car. It's Jim Salser. Then we've got Scott Matz in a slightly older GT3 Cup car, 996 machine from the early 2000s. That's the 707 machine, starting 14th. Starting 15th today, driving the number 621 Porsche GT4 Club Sport in the GT3 class, it's Andy Sloan. Andy's going to start alongside Mick Janaszek Jr., also in a Club Sport. He's in the number 939 car, starting 16th. And then rounding out the field, and there she is in the white with lime green lowers, Kelly Triboulet in the number 511 car. She starts 17th on the field, also in the GT3 class. So there you go. That is your 17 car starting order for today's final Red Group race of the weekend.
Greg, I was just going to point out, as we discussed earlier, Mike Monsalvi, who won our red race yesterday, he is starting at the back of the first split, the first green flag, so he's going to try to make his way through the field.
Excellent. And so Monsalve, who set the track record here yesterday, and first racer to do so on the counterclockwise version of Chuckwalla, turned in a 147.873. Did not bring his Spec 991.2 car out for qualifying this morning, and he is currently your championship leader. And I think both he and we'll see in our later race, our orange group race, both he and Rob Walker making the decision to have a little fun today, Joe, and come up and see how well they do coming from the back of the field. Drivers ahead, beware.
Yes.
I was once in a race with a driver who decided to do that, and it was a 100-car field, Joe. All he did is he walked up the line and says, "I'll be coming from the back. My headlights are on. Be ready." To each and every driver. But we'll see now as we get the green flag for our final red race of the weekend. Jumping out to an early lead, Anna Prodescu in that red, white, and blue, or white, red, and blue, number 100 machine, jumping to an early lead, dropping in right behind. That's Eben Benatti with Alan Ritchie in the white machine in third, as our GT cars now come to the line. And jumping out to an early lead there, that is Brett Gaviglio in the blue with white striped number 70 machine. He leads Ryder Lou and Brian Salehi in the GT3 class down into turn number 1. And we then also have our GT2 field mixed in there. Roland Schmidt, Daryl Troster, Paul Barnes, as well, as they are now starting here their final race. Good start as they all now get into line. And as we look through that field there, we got the black, orange, and yellow machine of Paul Wren sliding in behind Bain Salehi. And good start there as they make it through the bowl, through turn number 5, and start to make their run through turn 6 here at the exit of the bowl. A nice quick run over to turn 7, the little chicane, and now we'll see them come down into turn 8. All right, great start there for our second pack. And we'll see here, we talked about it a little bit earlier, Joe, during qualifying. Kelly Triboulet, who did not go out for qualifying or did not race yesterday on much newer tires than the rest of the GT3 field here. Also, Ryder Lou, who started second in GT3, did not race yesterday. And we'll check back in with them in just a moment. As it looks like Mike Monsalve has now already made his way around Anna Prodescu at the line, or is very close to it. Actually, Prodescu still showing ahead of Monsalve there.
Yeah, he is right on her bumper, though, crossing the start-finish.
So Monsalve, already having started at the back of the 991.2 field, works his way up to the front. And we'll see here how Prodescu does. Prodescu qualified earlier today. Not quite as quick as Monsalve had run yesterday, I think within about a second or so. Monsalve, who took the win in yesterday's race in Spec 991.2, ran a 142.873. And I believe that was probably 147.873, which I believe was about a second faster than Predescu had qualified earlier today. But so far, those two breaking away from the rest of the field, Joe.
Yeah, this is looks like going to be a lot of pressure on Anna. Mike is right there, and all it would take is any mistake. But we'll, as I like to say, that is why they run the race. That's what makes this interesting.
Yes, exactly.
And we had a big change in the GT3 field as well. Brian Salehi has just gotten by
Gaviglio.
Yes.
Yeah, indeed. So we'll check in there, and there they are going now through turn 10, and they're going to make the run now down the 2/10 of a mile run into turns 11 and 12. And you see there the yellow number 15 machine is Salehi now already opening up about I'd say about 6 car lengths on the blue number 70 of Brett Gaviglio and rider Lou. There as Lou still sticking to the back of that number 70 machine. But great start from Salehi, who took the win yesterday over Gaviglio and crossed about 11 seconds ahead of the rest of the GT3 field. So I don't want to say it was only a matter of time, but certainly picked the spot early on, much like he did yesterday.
Yeah, that's impressive to get by that early. I mean, and he was in third position, so he got by 2 cars. Unfortunately, I didn't have that on screen, but he's must have been pretty impressive move. We have some good side by side here too with the second and third place in GT3.
Yeah, and Bayern's been racing now for racing cars for about 15 years. Started racing with POC at the tender age of 16 years old. Learned how to race in a 1973 RSR. So racing so much newer equipment here now, but of course the chassis that he's behind the wheel of a 2000, I think it's a 2004 chassis, and now with almost 20 car lengths now here as we're working lap number 3. A little bit further back in the field there as we watch some more of our GT3 traffic coming through. It's still pretty close once you get past Bayern Salehi, Paul Wren, Gaviglio, Lou, Jim Salzer right there as well. And now rider Lou takes a look to the outside of Gaviglio, but Gaviglio defending very well there under that hard braking entrance into turn 15 there, Joe.
Yeah, as we've discussed, this is a challenging track to find a place by. It's relatively narrow, and it just, again, the nature of the circuit doesn't lend itself to like getting a good exit from a corner and having enough time to turn it into something. With the shorter straights, it typically it'll take either a brave move or someone makes a slight mistake that lets you get alongside.
Yeah, and we see now here, I think in the red, black, and white machine, that's the number 10 of Jim Salzer, probably not Jim Salzer, Scott Matz, the 707 car, dropping off that group of the top 4, but you can see that such a big gap now, heading back to, I guess, to Kelly Triboulet, Andy Sloan, Mick Janoschak, Triboulet, who started in 9th, now moving up into 7th position here in the GT3 field.
Yeah, that's good progression for her. She had started at the back of the field and has already made her way by 2 cars.
And still, as they go into turn 10, rider Lou in the green and white machine continues to take a look to either to the outside or the inside on Gaviglio. I think trying to get into the mirrors there. But notice now, I believe we've also got Paul Wren in the 787 car in the black, orange, and yellow machine. We'll take a look. I believe he has now managed to get around Gaviglio as well. No, it looks like and maybe, oh, you know what? I am having some issues with my timing. Let me fix that. And I think I'll be in much better shape now. Joe, is Gaviglio is still sitting third in that group. Taking a quick look to the inside, though, is Jim Salzer on Paul Wren. And as they went down into turns 1 and 2, Wren doesn't get the pass done, but Gaviglio and Lou still fighting it out for second place in GT3 as they went through turn 3 side by side. Lou continuing to run, I would say, the anti-line. He's going to, at some point, though, I think, Joe, open up the door there for Paul Wren maybe to pop in.
Well, I think, Brett is holding up that bunch. Whenever we see a conga line like that, that the car in front is a little slower pace and everybody's piling up behind. I think some of that is Brett is driving a defensive line in many cases with Ryder, and so the other cars are staying right there. So, yes, sometimes you attempt to pass and you may lose, not only make the pass, but lose a position.
And once again, Lou taking a look to the inside of Gaviglio and not able to pull alongside. And we've said this time and again, Joe, that you really have to get a really good exit out of, say, turn 10 right here, because the straightaways are so short now going into the next corner. And we saw there where Lou just wasn't able to pull alongside. But now Lou getting a great run out of turn 13, big sweeping right-hander. We'll take a look now as they come out of that corner. They're going to make the run now under braking into turn 15. And there you go, getting the pass done. Ryder Lou getting around Brett Gaviglio. So now move Lou up into second place there in GT3. Good run for him. All the while, though, as that conga line, as you were saying, really started to form, Bayan Salehi has now opened up almost 13 seconds on the rest of the GT3 field. Let's see if we can move back over to Spec 991.2 and that white and green, the other white and green Porsche 911 with Anna Predescu in the white, red, and blue machine very close by. Let's see if we can get in there. There. Is that them right there? No, I think that's the GT2 fight, the 31 and the 41 of Schmidt and Troster running second in class. We'll see if we can pick up Jordan here in just a moment. So it is white, green with silver is one of the cars, Jordan, and white, and it's white and red with a little bit of blue. It was the group that took the first group to take the green for this race. We'll see if we can track them down here in a moment. All right. Well, I think let's take a look here. All right. Well, we'll try and track them down certainly here in just a few moments as Mike Monsalve, Joe's really starting to open things up now in Predescu. They had been nose to tail to start the race off. Monsalve did manage to get around the 100 cars, I think you mentioned, and gap at the line. And I believe this is them here that we're following up. Here they are. This is what we're looking for, Jordan. Right here, coming out of turn 10, going into turn 11. That's Mike Monsalve, yesterday's race winner in Spec 991.2. And Anna Predescu, our pole sitter today, running in second. Here they go, under braking. And she's definitely keeping Monsalve honest.
Yes, she is. I mean, it's he did manage to get by, but she's, we're 6 laps in, and she's still there.
Yeah, and as it stands, and we're going to probably see them coming up on some of our GT class traffic soon enough. Eben Benatti running third in this class, in the Spec 991.2 class, about I think about 3.5 seconds back from our two leaders here, Garrett Wessling, actually about 9 seconds back from Prodescu back to Benatti, and another 6 seconds back to Wessling. Yeah, try and see if we could pick up some of the other fights here. We were talking a little bit earlier about the 31 and the 41 of Schmidt and Troster running second and third in the GT2 class. We'll check in with them in a few moments, but seemingly those two have been locked together since they went out for qualifying yesterday, Joe.
Yes. Well, I mean, some of this is not unexpected. If you get a track where they have basically the same pace, unless someone makes a significant improvement over the weekend, they're often going to be tight the whole way. And this is a lot of these folks have, they've been to this course before, so they're not on a big progression curve. So if they're close one day, they're probably going to be close the
next. Exactly. All right, as we look a little bit further back in the field there, looks like Triboulet, Janaszek, and Mats, the couple of our GT3 class cars, and I think they've got Andy Sloan, the first of the two white GT4 Club Sports with Triboulet, and then Mick Janaszek and Scott Matz in the black and white Cup car there as well. All in very close proximity, very tight running there in GT3. That being the battle for sixth in GT3. And I think I said that Scott Matz was, I said the 707 car was black. I think it's actually white there, but good run so far. As we are now just about halfway, 7 laps complete, actually 5 laps remaining. And again, we've got one more race for you here today. We've got our orange group. They're going to schedule to take to the track at 4:05 p.m. Pacific time. I think I did the math right that time.
Well, I think
it'll be 1:05 Pacific time,
correct.
4:05 Eastern time. Maybe I shouldn't have done the math. Maybe I should have read right off the sheet. As Bayan Salehi now resets his fast lap, and I think fastest lap overall. And Bayan is now sitting, actually definitely not fastest lap overall, fastest lap in GT3, and he's your GT3 leader, currently running 8th overall. Let's look at the fight here coming to us. That is Brett Caviglio, and looks like one of them dropping a wheel with Paul Wren, Jim Salzer directly behind Caviglio, though, and opening up a little bit of ground there, Joe, to Wren and Salzer, but we can already see that Ryder Lou, having gotten around Caviglio, was able to open up pretty quickly in 2 laps, almost 5 seconds on this trio right here.
Yeah, I think he's gonna, regret that he was stuck behind Brett and was, unable to go after Bayan earlier. Yeah. But I can't see him bridging that gap in the remaining laps.
No, and at this point, the gap there may be a little bit difficult to pick up from our timing and scoring. The gap at this point is almost 20 seconds. And that's, you stick behind another car, and we've talked over and over again about how difficult it is to pass here. If you're stuck behind another car, can't get the pass done. And it was pretty clear Lou was throwing everything but the kitchen sink at it to to be kind and just could not manage to get alongside or, force Gaviglio into a line that he couldn't carry speed out of, and Bayan Salahi just manages to walk away. All right, let's see if we can track down the GT2 race, and I don't think we've watched them here, Joe. And I'm going to need probably a little bit of help here. Again, Roland Schmidt, the 31 car, Daryl Troster in the number 41 machine, two white with red. As we've got a driver running a little bit wide.
I think that was Tom Stone. There's your 991.2 liters.
Yeah, and we think that was the 28 machine of Stone running a little wide. He's currently running 6th in 991.2, about to get lapped by the leaders in his class. But let's see. There's
the GT2 field.
Yeah, there's the fight right there. The two red with white machines, Jordan. That is the battle for second in GT2 as they come onto the front straight. And this may be the furthest apart that I've seen them, Joe. Maybe a second separating them. Although Daryl Troster, the trailing car in the number 41 machine, makes up quite a bit on a braking going into turn number 2. And but the challenge here, you get a little bit harder, get a little bit later on the brakes, especially with some of these 90-degree turns, and you find that you just can't get the power down. You can't motor out of the corners here. But does look as though the rear tires on the 31 machine of Roland Schmidt maybe starting to go away. We're starting to see a little bit more slip angle from that car through some of the corners, and that is definitely affecting him a little bit. Watch here as they come out of the high speed little dip over turn 6.
And you have your GT3 leader is now catching the GT2 field.
And it looks like we've got a local caution here, Joe, coming out of turn number 8. And there you go. That's the reason we've got one car off on the side of the pavement. Now, of course, no passing through this area of the track until they get past the incident, but that's also allowed Daryl Troster to come up right to the back of Roland Schmidt as those drivers were obliged to get out of the throttle, go down to a safe speed. And the driver there that pulled off, looks like they've gotten that car back up and running. We'll try and get the number on that machine here momentarily.
Yeah, I'm glad they could get that refired and going. With 2 laps to go, I imagine otherwise we would have continued under a local caution, but that's nice to get the car cleared.
And so we're watching the battle for second now in GT2. Roland Schmidt driving the number 31 machine, and started autocrossing with POC and then went to time trials, and he has been racing here for, I say racing here, but has been racing for almost 30 years. So it's not like he just started a little while ago. Got a lot of experience behind him. And Daryl Troster, similarly, been racing now for about 20 years. And has been racing with POC since 1996, and has had a number of championships in another racing organization related to Porsche. We'll see here if, with just about a lap and a half remaining, whether or not he can take over second place in GT2. Looks like he's had a bit of a challenge there. But very, very close. Just hasn't been able to pull up alongside, although he's getting pretty close there going through turn 9.
Yeah, he's right there. I'm going to guess, again, it's going to take a little mistake from Roland in order for Daryl to really have an opportunity.
All right, white flag in the air, Joe. Just wanted to mention real quick, Mike Monsalve in the green 87 machine starting his last lap with Anna Prodescu, now about 3.2 seconds back. Let's jump back to this GT2 battle, though. And they'll come here, one of the hardest braking zones at Chuckwalla. Again, big, deep braking zone. You still carry a lot of speed through that corner, though, as the run out of 13 and 14 pretty steep now, as the 31 and the 41 are going to start their final circuit of Chuckwalla for the weekend. And that is Roland Schmidt, the lead car in that group that we're watching right now, running second in GT2. Daryl Troster running in third. Paul Barnes, our leader in GT2, a good 4.5 seconds up the road currently. There he is. And Troster just really has not been able to make up much ground here. The one thing I have noticed, though, Joe, is that that Roland Schmidt does seem to get a much better run through this heavily banked bowl of turn 5. Usually ends up picking up a car length to a car length and a half. Although as they come out, it again seems to dissipate there. As Monsalve takes the green, or probably takes the checkered flag, coming across the line now. The last car in that little group there, the red, white, and blue machine, that is Anna Prodescu. She's going to finish second to Monsalve in the 991.2 field, and they are the first and second overall, with Evan Benatti coming across the line. He will finish third in 991.2. As we continue to watch this battle, still here in GT2. As they're going to come into the final corner and across the line. And so in GT2, Paul Barnes is going to take the win. Roland Schmidt, Daryl Troster rounds out your 3-car field. Let's take a look now in the GT3 field, where Bayan Salehi took the win. Margin of victory is we're actually waiting for Ryder Lou to come across the line. We're going to see him coming out of the final corner here momentarily. There he is, with the green and white machine. Ryder Lou finishes 14 seconds back from Bayan Salehi. Brett Caviglio in the number 70 machine. He will finish third. That is your podium for GT3. Paul Wren will finish fourth. Jim Salzer fifth. Scott Matz, Andy Sloan, Mick Janoschek Jr., and Kelly Triboulet will round out the 9-car field. And then over in Spec 991.2, we talked about Monsalve, your overall winner. Anna Prodescu finishing second, and Evan Benatti, but Garrett Wessling will finish fourth, with Alan Ritchie finishing fifth, and Thomas Stone, and I believe that was likely the Stone car, Joe, that we saw off on the side of the road going up towards turn 10 at that one point. Evan Stone will finish sixth in 991.2. So that's going to wrap things up for our last red group race of the weekend. Next up, we're going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to be back in about 20 minutes for our orange group race, our spec Boxster spec racers, pardon me, and other classes. That will be in just about 20 minutes. So make sure to stay with us for continuing coverage here from Chuckwalla. It's the Porsche Owners Club. Please stay with us.
Up the side and turn. I'm like, oh, where is he? I knew I'm at the point where I don't slow down. All good? I was slippery all the whole fucking time.
Can we get some post-race words from our Cayman group?
Yeah.
Hello.
What was that like?
It was awesome.
Great.
It was fun. You can have with your pants on. Might not have to be able to use that.
No, those are some good battles, though.
It was fun.
Yeah.
I gave him a little advantage by driving off the track a few times just to give him a little better chance to stay away.
A little extra stuff.
Oh, the kindness of this water.
All right, thank you.
They were in the backstretch, Mike, and my dashboard just lit up. Yeah. MS page. Low tire pressure, Mike. This is going to be.
What car was that? I mean,
Any post-race words?
Oh, yeah, I had a great start, but unfortunately, the not so good ending. Tires just got a little bit hot, too high pressure, and a bit slippy, so I spun out and lost a few places.
Okay.
But yeah, had a lot of fun.
Nice.
Good day.
There it is. Anything to say for the live stream post-race?
Fun. A lot of fun.
Bayan, so you were racing alone pretty much most of that race. What was that like?
It was a lot of fun, and I was about to start having fun with the 991 cups, and then my steering wheel got super heavy, and I realized that I lost power steering for the last 6 laps. So now I can't feel my arms, but we made it. It was fun. It was clean. Great racers. Great weekend.
Is there a 991.2 in the future for you?
Oh, maybe if I win a case or a lottery someday, but I'm happy with this car.
Nice. Thank you, man.
Okay.
Some post-race words from the battlers here.
Oh, close race.
I think
A lot of fun.
this guy right here, he used the best opportunity out there.
Yeah.
Used a little bit of traffic
That
to
was tricky.
that 991 traffic, and then the guy spun in front of me. I mean,
Well, two of them did.
yeah, well,
First
Tom
down,
Stone spun in front of me, and then 131 car.
clear of yellow?
Yeah,
We were, yeah, I think, yeah, well, and that was the thing. I didn't expect you there.
I was still single
Yeah.
file.
Well, that's kind of what I thought, because you were kind of, I mean, he checked up on us pretty hard.
Yeah. Well, and I just fell in line with them, and you were like, thank you. Well, I'll take that.
So right when you're taking that was right.
Can I get you for some post-race words? No? Okay. Maybe share what it was like battling with Mike.
It was fun.
Yeah? Okay. We'll keep it short.
Yes.
Thank you. Some post-race words, Mike?
What's that?
Some post-race words? I got some insight
Another
from Anna
victory
right
for
now.
Mike.
Yeah, another victory.
It's getting old.
Victory. So let me take out my earplugs so I can hear you.
So Anna shared some short and sweet words for battling with you.
Yeah,
She said it was fun. What was it like for you?
It was absolutely fun. I mean, it was great. I enjoyed it very much, and she's a great driver. And yeah, I mean, I remember racing with her. We were in go-karts, and she was probably like, I don't know, 7 or 8 or 9, and she kicked my ass. So she's been a great driver for a long time. So I'm glad to see her in a cup car.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah.
Congrats. Quick podium portraits. Eric, post-race words?
It was long.
Not long enough for him to catch me, though.
No. It's falling back.
Welcome back to Chuckwalla Raceway. It's the Porsche Owners Club. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with, who am I with? I'm with Joe Wiederholt. That's who I'm with. Thank you for putting that up on the screen there, Jordan.
It's been 2 days.
Needed that. And of course, want to, of course, mention Jordan Worth, our director extraordinaire, giving you all the great views here today from the California desert. We're about midway between Los Angeles and Phoenix, Arizona. And as our driver's ed group finishes up on track right now, they've got a couple of moments left. I think another lap or two here. We're going to be getting underway with our final race of the weekend, our third and final race here for our orange group. And take a look here as we are primarily, we've got our very large Boxster spec field, and of course the spec 2.7 racers as well. And in Boxster spec, should be looking for some excitement, as Joe has told us that most likely yesterday's race winner, Rob Walker, I believe, ended up finishing, give me 1 second to pull this up. I think he ended up finishing, second overall after having had a split start. Rob Walker likely going to be starting at the tail end of our Boxster spec field, a field that is today a little bit smaller than what we saw yesterday, but still, let's see, about 15 cars deep. So it should still be a very exciting race, especially if he's going to. We may want to isolate Rob there for a while, but we also have out on track right now. We've got our new track record, or we're going to have on track our new track record holder in Spec 2.7, John Momeyer, who's also the president of the Porsche Owners Club, as well as we mentioned, Rob Walker and the GT7, Mike Proteus, Porteous, who is going to be starting today in his Mazda Miata, non-Porsche out there, but he was only 0.02 of a second off of the GT7 track record yesterday. So we'll see if he can improve today. Let's see here as we've got our drivers on the grid and getting ready to go. We'll start running down the starting order if you don't mind, Joe. Is that all right?
Yeah, that sounds good to me. I was just going to say before that, though, I did speak to Murray Wonderly, who is starting on the pole, and I encouraged him to not let Rob catch him during the race. So he said that is certainly his goal. They are close friends, so there's a little going on there. So we shall see how that comes out. It just adds a little spice to the race that Rob definitely wants to catch him, and Murray definitely doesn't want him to catch him.
So the question is, will Murray Wonderly have some crew on the radio to let him know if he's got a gap, and whether or not he has pardon me, oh my gosh, whether he's got the Rob Walker car, the 253, the Herbie car coming up on him.
Yeah, he is. Oh, so that's just it's like a race within a race. So.
Yeah. All right, so let's take a look then at our starting order, and we'll run down what should be now with Rob Walker included, because he was not on our original grid sheet. Run down what will be a 25 car field. And I'm going to, actually, before we do that, I'm actually going to hopefully update our grid here a little bit. Yeah, we're just putting in one driver that wasn't there. Yep. So let's go down. We'll run down the starting order now. Starting on pole today, and again, we will have a split start. We're going to have our, I believe, our GT5 racers, GT5 class racers, and Spec 2.7 racers in our first wave of cars. Then we'll have our Boxster spec racers, as well as our GT7 racers after that. So let's start off with the GT5 and Spec 2.7s, starting on the front row. Your pole sitter today in his GT5 class Porsche 987 Boxster, it's Carl Vandershoot. Starting on the outside of the front row, your pole sitter for the Spec 2.7 class, John Momeyer, and we hopefully will have some some onboard video from Mr. Momeyer today, as we've had throughout the weekend. And indeed we do. There he is with beautiful view of the pit wall directly in front of him. We'll see him heading out on track. John, can you wave hello to us? No. Oh, hey, there you go. All right, very good. Thank you, John. All right, and I think that's also signaling that he hears the 1 minute warning for our racers. Jane Scarcello in her Mazda Miata. She's going to start on the inside of row number 2 in the number 861 Mazda Miata in the GT5 class, and then Vivek Kasari will start 4th in the number 152 Spec 2.7 Boxster. Moving over to row number 3, we're going to have a couple of GT5 class racers driving the number 317 911 Carrera. It's Ed Muscat starting alongside Bear Salehi in the number 47 Porsche Carrera. Then we've got Neil Rozier, who is driving the number 38 Carrera Turbo Look. He's going to start 7th on the field. Now we'll move over to our Boxster Spec racers, on the pole, driving the number 614 Boxster, starting 8th. It's going to be Murray Wonderly. Chris Kiefer will start 2nd in class, starting 9th overall on the inside of row number 5, and that is also in a Porsche Boxster. Then Ched Carnevale will start 3rd in class, 10th overall in the 925 machine. Next, we've got Alan Watts in the number 225 car. He's going to start 11th overall alongside Nigel Maidamount, in the 705 machine. Then we've got Adam Abrams in the 704 car starting lucky 13th overall. Branimir Kovac starting 14th. Larry Haas will start 15th. He's in the number 228 Miller High Life machine, starting alongside the red, white, and blue number 1 entry of Andrew Wayman. And then we've got Herb Kunitz driving the number 630 machine with Greg Scarcello in the 486 car. Next, we move over to Jim McLaughlin in the 301, starting next to Bob Chang in the 707. And then we move over to the 346 car. That is Karen Robinson starting alongside Alicia Ray, who's driving the 834 Boxster. Then we've got our 2 GT7 entries. Mike Porteous driving the Mazda Miata as I look into reset the track record here in GT7, as is Randy Burgum. Randy in the black and yellow Porsche 944. Seems to be a little bit off the pace today. We'll see if he's been able to find a little speed between qualifying this morning and this afternoon's race. He's driving the 713 machine, and then at the tail end of the field, driving the white number 253 machine in Boxster Spec Racers, your winner from yesterday. We'll see if didn't see him out there, or is he just ahead of our GT? Did they send him out maybe ahead of our GT7 entries, Joe? But we'll see if Rob Walker makes the field in the white with blue and red striped number 253.
Yeah, I think I saw him. I think he's in front of the 944, but I'm hoping to get another view here.
Well, let's watch here as they come through, and I think it looks like he's right ahead of the red Miata there. As we've got our first group, the GT5s and the Spec 27s, coming through the final corner now, with one lagging behind, and I think that is Bear Soleil dragging a little bit behind as the racers come out of the final corner. Starter looks over the field, and green flag, it's in the air, and trying to go 3 wide there. Ed Muscat jumping out alongside Vivek Hazari. And we'll see as they come down into turn 1. Carl Vanderschutt's going to lead the field through turns 1 and 2. And sliding in right behind them there, that looks like John Momeyer. We'll see here if Momeyer moved up ahead of Vanderschutt. I don't believe he did. As you can see, the Spec Boxsters.
Yeah, it is John Momeyer in the lead now.
Yep, indeed. There you go. Our John Momeyer taking the lead now, jumping down to the inside. That is that the Vanderschutt car taking a look to the inside. It's a great start from Momeyer. Maybe not great for us, because when we watch in-car video, you never want to see the lead car.
It is Vivek Hazari right behind him.
All right, so Hazari directly behind, who started off fourth in that group, as our Boxster Spec racers now taking the green flag and heading down towards turn one. It looks like Rob Walker's already made up a position before they even get to the green flag there, Joe, as we're still 2x2 door to door as they go through turns 1 and 2 with Chris Kiefer and Murray Wonderly side by side. We'll see here now as they come out of 3 going down into turn number 4, jumping out to the lead. That is the Tiger Stripe car of Murray Wonderly taking an early lead over Chris Kiefer, with Chad Carnevale slotting in right behind. And we talked about this earlier this morning in the BSR class, in the Boxster Spec race. We've got Nigel Maidment, who is currently running second in the championship, with Murray Wonderly tied with Anders Hayner with 152 points, 9 points back. And so at the moment, Maidment, who is running back in, I think, 4th position, obviously wants to doesn't want to give up any additional points here early on in this race. So Wonderly, Kiefer, and as they come out of turn 10, we're going to see him now under braking here going into turn 13. That is the gray 925 of Chad Carnevale running in 3rd. And I think that is the red 705 running in 4th position. Let's see here as they come in. Yep, the red with the green with Maymont, and then Alan Watts directly behind in the 225 car. But already jumping out to an early lead, Murray Wonderly with almost 2 seconds on the rest of the Boxster Spec field as we complete lap number 1. Rob Walker now, as he was right alongside the number 1 machine of Andrew Wayman coming across the line. Walker now up into 9th place. He has already dispatched 7 cars on lap number 1. And he's now coming up alongside I guess that was the number 1 machine of Andrew Wayman, and it looked like he was right alongside Branimir Kovac there, Joe, and Kovac sitting in 6th position, so he's picking off cars seemingly every 3 corners or so.
Yeah, he just got by Larry Haas, and he will be coming up on Branimir. In some cases, the drivers know who's behind them, and sometimes they feel like they're bringing a knife to a gunfight, so they'll pick their battles.
Well, you see here for the second corner in a row, Kovac just leaving the door open for Rob Walker, 2 corners in a row. Just I guess knowing that it's inevitable, and just doesn't want to hold him up any more than he needs to. So Walker is being shown a lot of deference from a lot of these drivers here in the mid pack, allowing him to move up through the field. And again, what is a course where passing is at a premium here, very difficult due to the layout of this course, and with these fairly high speed sweepers and very short straights connecting them.
Yeah, so he's already made his way up to, it's right behind Alan Watts. I realize we have a lot of racing going on, but I can't help myself. It's fun watching him come through the field.
And he's going to be coming up on both Watts, who's in the red and white machine, and then Maidment, who's right ahead of him, and very, very close proximity. He's already in this group. He's got the top 5 ahead of him, and we could possibly see him up in 4th place here in just a couple of corners. Although I suspect here, Joe, that as we get closer to the front of the field, it's going to make it a little easier for him as Alan Watts, the number 225 machine, goes around at turn 4, and I'm wondering, it looked like he might have dropped the wheel under braking going into that corner as the car started to walk around on him before he ever got to the apex, and it looked like maybe even before he turned the car in.
Yeah, it's very easy to, I mean, you're trying to use the whole track. It's very easy to stick a little bit more out over the edge than you meant. And if you hit the brakes doing that, you can get a lot of rotation out of it.
All right, so that's going to move Walker now up in the 5th position. And Watt's going to lose a number of spots there as he left the track surface, and a number of racers managed to get by. And that is now going to move Branimir Kovac in the green 318 machine up into 6th position with Larry Haas in the white with gold Miller High Life machine, who's right on literally locked to the back bumper of Kovac now. And there they are going down into, well, it looks like Kovac falling off just a little bit now, going down into turn 13. Looking at the front of our the first group here, it looks like in GT5, as we go back on board with Momeyer now leading the Spec 2.7 field, and Momeyer, he is your overall leader. He's now opened up almost 2.5 seconds on Vivek Hazari, and in yesterday's second race, Hazari took the win over Momeyer. Momeyer had to retire the car after after I believe 7 laps, so finished 5 laps down. That car looking much stronger here today. So whatever might have ailed that car, certainly Momeyer got it back together for qualifying this morning, and it's looking very strong, if not stronger than it's been all weekend right now. Over in GT7, Randy Burgum is your leader, and I hate to say it, we kept talking about Mike Porteous being just off the track record in GT7 yesterday afternoon. The 918 Mazda has now, looks like he may have retired, only having completed a single lap. We'll check to see if that, and there he is. Yep, there he is, right on the side of the road, going out of turn 3, heading towards turn 4. Looks like he is driver's right. And so there should be a local caution coming into that area there, but again, only completing a single lap. We'll see if he can get that back underway. Over in GT5, Jane Scarcello, who was not able to make yesterday's race, or probably yesterday's races, of which there were 2 for this orange group. She is currently your leader, and she's got almost 4 seconds now over Bear Salehi. So the question then becomes, what of Carl Vandershoot, who was your overall leader? And I'm showing Vandershoot now just crossing the line, I think just as we were jumping to that lead, jumping to that front straight camera, and just reset fastest lap. Turning in a 1:58.8, which is almost 5 seconds faster than Scarcello is racing. But right now, Vandershoot showing 9th overall, Joe.
Yeah, I think he was late to grid. I don't know the explanation, but I think he ended up starting in the 2nd field instead of the 1st.
Oh, that would explain it, because there was the one car back behind the GT7 machines, and originally I was looking, well, that's not Rob Walker, and I think you're right. I think that might have been Carl Vandershoot in the silver or grayish 987 Boxster, and Momeyer actually started on pole for that lead group.
Yeah, that's my best explanation of, I think, what happened there. I don't know why he was late to grid, but whatever caused that, he is now flying through the field, but that's a big margin to try to make up.
And I want to welcome, got a couple folks joining us in the YouTube chat. They had a little competition going on YouTube as who would be the last commenter. And at the moment, Cartman Liz has, I think, the last word. We'll see if somebody else can maybe Kill Schwartz will come in, as we've got looks like somebody ran a little bit wide there coming out of turn 12. And was that Rob Walker taking to the grass? Is Rob Walker now trying to move up one more position? He's got Chad Carnevale. This is the battle for second in Boxster Spec that we're watching right now. They're going to be coming into the final corners momentarily. Let's here they are. Actually, they'll be coming into the first corner now as Carnevale continues to hold off Rob Walker. Walker, though, trying to sweep around the outside of turn 2, heading into turn number 3. And he almost got that pass done just by going around the outside. Round the outside as they come down in the 4. And there you go, Rob Walker. He's leaning on it, still hasn't completely got the pass made. Now he does, sweeps across the nose, move Rob Walker up into second position. Murray Wonderly, though, about 5 seconds up the road. There he is in that Tiger Stripe car, just coming through our field of view. But, at the moment, Rob Walker, even as he's trying to dispatch with other racers, Joe, still lapping almost a full second faster than Murray Wonderly at the moment.
Yeah, that's a particular skill. If you're able to, in particular, these are really momentum cars. If you're able to make your way through the field and still run fantastic lap times, that's good skills on display.
All right, another driver making big moves, and we just had it there at the bottom of our ticker. It looked as though we were showing Mark Sealer as making a couple positions. I am showing him, though, as being back in 16th position. He has made up 2 spots overall since the start of this race, running very close to Bob Chang in the battle for 15th position. Chang in the yellow 727, Boxster, Mark Sealer in the white 121 directly behind. But let's not talk about that for a moment. Let's look a little further up the field. Great fight going on with Kovac and Haas. They are in Boxster Spec, and that is right now, I believe, the battle for 6th.
Yeah, right now that battle's between Nigel Maidment and Branimir Kovac.
Yep.
That'll be just behind. Here you have Carl Vandershoot catching Chris Kiefer out of class there. This is in class. That's Nigel Maidment and Branimir Kovac.
Battle for 5th,
I think you're going to see that be nose to tail for a while.
All right, and this is scheduled as a 12-lap race. We've got 6 laps in the book, so we are halfway. 6 laps remain, and it is Murray Wonderly, your leader in Boxster Spec, with Rob Walker second, Chad Carnevale in third. In GT5, Jane Scarcello now with a 7-second advantage over Bear Salehi with Carl Vandershoot. Now almost 35 seconds in arrears and still lapping faster by almost 5 seconds a lap on the rest of the GT5 field. But easily now with almost 6 seconds over yesterday's winner in Class Vivek Kazari is John Momeyer, who we're watching right now. He is your overall leader. And as I'm looking ahead, there is the Mazda Miata that is off course, the Porteous car. And still, Momeyer not coming up yet on any of the slower traffic. So, he's still just putting in fast laps here and turning in a 203.226. And, Joe, that is at a 203.226, that is more than 0.6 of a second faster than he ran in yesterday's race. And again, I guess, we saw, just as we saw in qualifying, most of our racers were putting in much faster laps during qualifying, where they had a good amount of open track versus what they're setting under race pace. Momeyer has been essentially putting in qualifying laps every single lap. There he is coming through turn 10. He'll probably get to the back of that Boxster spec field. Probably is, we're watching now, probably in around 6 or 7, not 6 or 7, probably in like 3 or 4 laps right before the end of this race. As I believe that group here, we'll see them now coming under braking, going into turn 15. That is the purple and white. It's Karen Robinson, Jim McLaughlin, Alicia Ray, Bob Chang, and I think Mark Sealer just a little bit behind that group. We'll see what happens when Momeyer gets them. I would assume, even though of course they're all fighting for position in class, that they will likely be shown the blue flags by the flaggers, at least letting them know, alerting them that there's faster traffic coming up behind.
Yeah, it's always a difficult situation to be in if you have a battle in your own race and you're caught by another class car, but we will see how they handle it.
Yeah, and tell me this, Joe, of course, again, this being my first weekend with Porsche Owners Club, I know most other we'll say club racing organizations, the blue flag is more of an informational type flag. There is no requirement that comes along with that the driver needs to necessarily show deference or pull over for the faster cars behind. We know in Formula One, you have to pull over for the leaders that are coming through. But when you have a 6-car or 5-car battle in Class 4 position, would you expect some of those racers to essentially lay down for Momeyer?
Well, I mean, first of all, it is advisory only in this series. It's just for awareness, so the drivers know that another class, a faster car, is catching them, just so that they're aware. They're not under any obligation to move over. I think in this case, I'll just say it's very driver dependent, whether they kind of have the brain space in their battle to recognize, because John is driving another Boxster. If they're very situationally aware, they'll recognize, hey, where'd that car come from? Oh yeah, that's an out-of-class car.
Out-of-class car, yeah, exactly.
But I won't say that every driver will do that. Yeah. They may be so focused on their own battle that they just think it's another Boxster behind them. It's easier when you have a car with a big wing or something like that behind you.
Yeah, exactly.
But in this case, I guess we'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, and of course, a lot of the cars, as we go back on board with Momeyer, we can see the rate at which he is coming up on some of those cars. The last time around, he was lapping in the low 223s, as we mentioned. Our Boxster spec racers, almost he's coming up on almost 7 seconds off that pace. I guess the other question, there are 2 parts to that equation, is what Momeyer would consider doing in that situation, as well as he would, he's got at this point about 10 seconds back to Vivek Hazari, but that 10 seconds could dissipate very, very quickly if he finds himself locked behind these 5 cars here, especially given how difficult it is to pass. And I guess, and Hazari hasn't even come in. There he is, just now coming into the shot. I guess it's a question there of how and things are pretty easy there for Momeyer to get past the white Boxster of Mark Sealer. But how John is very deliberate. So, okay. I
mean, he's going to think this through. He recognizes they're all battling.
He's not necessarily going to just push the issue and barrel his way through. That's what I was trying to get at.
He knows he has some time in hand. He knows it's not infinite, but he knows he has some time in hand.
All right, sitting on the side of the road, and it looks like, I thought he might have had a mechanical issue with that left front tire. That is the second of our GT7 racers. That is Randy Burgum in the 713 Porsche 944. At this point, with 8 laps in the books, he's essentially won the GT7 as Mike Porteous only completes a single lap as we go back on board with John Mohmeyer. And this is where Mohmeyer's going to see some challenges, as he has directly ahead of him. That is Jim McLaughlin and I believe Alicia Ray.
That is correct. And
as they have now been door to door for the past 4 turns, and Ray, for the moment, holding off McLaughlin going through turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, this is a good battle. I mean, I wish we could see this and still see the Rob Walker is right behind Murray Wonderly. I would love to be able to watch both, but unfortunately we cannot.
Well, let's see if we can jump over and watch that battle for a moment as Mohmeyer is trying to get through this field, and they just came out. I think came through our camera. If we can shoot ahead to the next shots here, and I believe the deed has been done as Rob Walker gets around Murray Wonderly now to the lead in Boxster Spec. Starts at the tail end of the field. Rob Walker races in WRL, races in IMSA, races here with us in POC, and he's now on course for his second win or probably his third win of the weekend in Boxster Spec, as he's worked his way now from the tail of the Boxster Spec field, 16 cars deep, started at 16th in the field. He is now your leader. And it looks like he was now coming up on some of our GT5 traffic as we go back on board with John Mohmeyer. And Mohmeyer now pulling up alongside, I guess this was Karen Robinson running 12th in Boxster Spec, having dispatched with Jim McLaughlin and Alicia Ray.
Well, Alicia's still ahead. He got by Bob Chang and Jim McLaughlin. I think he's... Yes. And although I think Jim just got back by. So,
and this is important as we're on board with Mohmeyer, because we are currently working, I believe now, I think we're working lap 12. I think we're working the white flag lap, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct.
Yeah, so Mohmeyer, when he comes across the line, and as he's right in the middle of this pack, especially if he slides himself right in there, essentially one driver will be finished, one driver will not be finished. It depends on who he gets around, because all cars following John Mohmeyer across the start-finish line, their races will essentially be finished. What he has now done, looks like here, is he's slotted in again back behind Karen Robinson and Alicia Ray.
Yeah, that I always call that the flagger's dilemma.
Yeah, exactly. And Bob Chang, who's in the yellow Boxster Spec, currently running 15th in class. Well, look at this. Mohmeyer actually dropped back and let all of them by.
Yeah, and he now has Vivek close behind, relatively close behind him.
I was going to say closing down very quickly. I mean, that's awfully magnanimous of Mohmeyer, and he might, with just a couple quarters remaining, might have put him in a position where he really has to fight to hold off Hazari for the win. But I mean, that's wonderful. Essentially gave that entire group of Boxster Spec racers one more lap. When they come across the start-finish line here, they will have one more lap to go, assuming Mohmeyer doesn't. We see him right behind now the 121 of Mark Sealer. And there's Hazari directly behind him, a couple of feet back. and Hazari pulls right alongside. And as they come to the line, Vivek Hazari, Joe, only 1/10 back as John Momeyer takes the overall win, and the win in Boxster in Spec 2.7. Vivek Hazari closes down in the last 3 laps a 9-second gap to finish 1/10 of a second back in second.
When you may notice
that
Rob Walker got within 3.6 seconds of them by the
he was
by
right
the
there
end.
as well.
So
there he is.
yeah, so
There he is as well. Rob Walker, who started tailing Charlie on the field, as you said, finished only another 4/10 back from Vivek Hazari, finishes 3rd overall. Murray Wonderly will finish 2nd in Boxster Spec, 4th overall. Carl Vandershoot is your winner in GT5, gets around Jane Scarcello to take the win in class. He had been lapping almost 5 seconds a lap faster than the rest of the GT5 field, and margin at the line, Joe, 4.9 seconds over Jane Scarcello. Bear Salehi will finish 3rd in GT5. Neil Rozier will finish in 4th. And I hasten to go back to the GT7 class. Randy Burgum will take the win. Michael Porteous, yesterday afternoon's race winner, unfortunately only completes a single lap. So that's going to wrap things up for our final race of the weekend. Joe, I want to thank you so much for joining me here this weekend, and keeping me honest and teaching me so much about Porsche Owner Club racing here this weekend from Chuckwalla. And I think we've already seen, I think Joe's already, when they say that Elvis has left the building, Joe has left the building as our final racers are completing their last laps here at Chuckwalla. But I want to thank you all for joining me. In just a moment, our racers who are finishing up their final, in some cases, final laps. In the case of John Momeyer, our overall winner now, and the rest of the field heading down the pit lane. They're going to be heading to impound where Joe Wiederholt will be found, and where our good friend cameraman Lewis will be giving you some of the final action from impound. But I want to tell you about coming up. This is the second to last race weekend here for the Porsche Owner Club in 2025. Our final event coming up in just a few weeks from Willow Springs Raceway, the fastest race course in the West. December 13th and 14th, you'll be able to find all the action here on the Porsche Owners Club YouTube channel, presented by DriversEye Live. Again, we want to thank all of our great sponsors that have been bringing you all the action here from Chuckwalla all weekend long. And we'll see you then. Thanks so much. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Yeah.
That was because we fucked around with Weaver. Yeah, I played.
That was good.
I was playing puppy with Chris.
That was good. I enjoyed watching that.
Was pussy playing with, or playing pussy with.
So I saw my decision there was that Nigel was going to close behind us. I'm like, let me let Chad and Ron go, and then let's play. Yeah.
Quick question for you, Rob.
Yeah.
Quick question for you. So what's more exciting, leading a race or starting from the back and working your way through?
Yeah, no question, no contest. Starting from the back is a lot more fun. Makes the race go faster because you got something to do.
Okay. All right. So did you actually have a chance to catch up to the team and pressure them?
Yeah, we raced each other for a bit. Yeah.
More the pressure, and he passed us all. So
Okay.
we had nothing for him.
Okay.
He's coming through. He's coming through.
Nice. Nice.
Right.
I had asked you pre-race if you guys were going to come in top again.
Here we are.
You are, man. Thank you.
Great race.
All right. Thank you.
Really good.